Carolyn, are we on? Okay. All right, it is 8:30, so I'll call the Committee of the Whole meeting of September 19th to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Are there any additions? I have one. We have another closed session item, advice from officials under section 24. Are there any other additions? Councillor Cunningham.
So I would like to add a discussion on a letter to come from Kneehill County Council in support of the province's pause on renewable energy. Not sure how exactly we want that crafted. I'm sure CEO Hogan will be able to word that much better than I can, but just that we appreciate the deep dive that they're doing, which we were promised in the spring RMA. So something along those lines.
Okay, so we'll put that under 2.5, letter of support regarding the provincial moratorium on green energy. Are there any other additions? If not, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended then.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended. All in favor? That's carried unanimous. So the minutes from the July 18th Committee of the Whole meeting were pre-circulated. Are there any errors, omissions, something needs changing? Councillor McGee.
I move to approve the adoption of the minutes of the July 18th meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the July 18th minutes as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, first item of business today is 2.1, 2023 Post-Election Alberta Tourism Advocates Summit. And Ms. Kester, you're taking this one, are you? Welcome, Jenna.
I am, thank you. Good morning. Today I am presenting to you the 2023 Post-Election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit. Some background on this event. The Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit is the industry's premier event to learn about current government priorities, to gain political insights from industry and media observers, and for you to share your industry points of view with elected and non-elective representatives. Key thematic elements on this one-day event include navigating opportunities for Alberta's visitor economy under new government mandate letters, stimulating growth and investment in tourism through Alberta's tourism development zones, and exploring the disruptive and additive powers of AI in the tourism and travel sector, and much, much more. And some further discussion on this, as the event takes place prior to the next regular council meeting, administration will bring an RFD to retroactively approve the attendance of any member of council. The financial end of this, the cost to attend the conference is $649 plus GST. Per diems and mileage are already included in the council budget. So my recommendation to you is that the Committee of the Whole recommends allowing any member of council to attend the 2023 Post-Election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit in Calgary on Monday, September 25th, 2023.
Thank you for that discussion. Any comment? Councillor Forbes.
When did the county receive this?
This was last week we received it.
Sorry, what day last week?
Thursday, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a new item incoming, right?
Yes, yes. We hadn't got word from it until we met with some partners on tourism, and they recommended that we attend it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other, Reeve Whitstock?
Thanks, Ms. Kester. Venue?
It is at the TELUS Convention Center.
Okay, downtown.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Councillor McGee?
And I'm assuming it's Tourism Alberta that's the host of this event.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just curious, do we have an agenda for the day, for the summit?
I do have an agenda.
Okay.
I could bring it back to you guys for sure. Yeah.
And just curious, do we have any staff attending the summit?
I will be attending, yes.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor McGee, sorry.
I'd like to have the Committee of the Whole recommend allowing any member of council to attend the 2023 post-election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit in Calgary on Monday, September the 25th, 2023.
Okay, so we have a motion to allow any member of council who wishes to attend the post-election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit. It's quite a mouthful. In Calgary. It will be this coming Monday, the 25th. Okay, and I guess I would, Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was, just for clarity purposes, this isn't actually the formal, would
a
have a motion
recommendation
here,
of
it'd be a recommendation. Because this is going to take place prior to your next council meeting, when you can actually approve this, we'd have to bring back an item on that one for retroactive approval, just the housekeeping part of it. So you would see an item on the 26th if members of council are attending. And by that point, you don't really have a chance to say no because it will have already happened. But it does tie that up under policy to.
So basically, we're tying up the loose end today so that when you're at council meeting next time and have already attended. So I guess my request would be that we get the agenda as soon as possible, if you would forward that to us.
Sure, yeah. I should also note that I think deadline for submissions are September 22nd, so in a few days here.
Okay, so we need to have applied by the 22nd. Reeve Whitstock, you had a question or comment?
No, that was going to be my question, is when do we have to register by?
Yeah.
22nd?
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm just a little concerned about and again, it's no fault of yours. Obviously, the invitation came very last minute. Just not knowing the agenda, I always want to see what we're going to get out of that day. I do find $649 plus our per diem, so we're looking at about $1,000 per council member. So that's just a concern I have, just not knowing enough about the summit to know what we are going to get out of it to be able to bring back to Kneehill County. And we do have a staff member going, which is great. But just a question, Tourism Alberta, is that an entity of the government or is that a separate organization?
I believe it's with the government, yeah.
Okay. Okay, a little surprised that the government charges that much for a one-day summit, but anyhow. Oh, there it is.
Question for you, Mr. Hogan. I know that we are addressing something that might help this decision later in closed session. Would it be agreeable with the group that we postpone any further discussion till later in our agenda? Would that be helpful? Do you think that would be helpful, Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Chair, that it could be helpful, yes. And if council or if committee of the whole wanted to do that, we have brought up the agenda on screen. But in the time between now and then, if you wanted to delay this till further in the meeting, we could make printed copies of the agenda and distribute them to you, as well as have that brief discussion.
Well, I just, based on some earlier conversation, I know that perhaps that information might help us with this decision. So I'm just wondering if council's agreeable that we postpone till after our closed session and come back to this on our agenda. Okay. So I think that's what we're going to do. We'll postpone this till later in the agenda. And thank you, Ms. Kester, for
Thank you.
being here. And we'll come back to you a little bit later if that's okay. Thank you. Councillor McGee?
I move that we postpone this item till later in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to postpone. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so our next item on our agenda is item 2.2, review of affordable housing funding programs and a proposed RMA resolution. And Mr. Hogan, are you taking this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I am.
Anytime you're ready then.
Okay. The item before Committee of the Whole today is a request we've received from Wheatland County. They're looking at putting forward a resolution at the RMA convention, and as part of that process, they're looking for a seconder. The proposed resolution is attached to the item and was included in the agenda. So unless there's a desire to, I won't go through that. I won't go through that verbatim. But essentially, they're wanting to boil it down to making sure that, or I guess requesting that the funds available for housing development are available to rural areas, that there is a funding stream for rural areas, and that it's not all being, pardon me, straight channeled to the larger centers. So in addition to that, there are some other things like cutting through some of the process and application and things like that, but primarily wanting to see that there is some dedicated funding going to rural areas to help address this overall issue. At the end of the day, in reviewing this, there might be benefit here to Kneehill County. Even if there's not, we don't perceive that there's any harm to it. So in support of, at the very least, supporting one of our rural neighbors in their initiative we see as a good thing. So we're recommending that we act as a seconder at a larger level, depending on directions that council may go in the future. This might actually be a benefit to Kneehill County. So that supports our recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion, comments, questions? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say kudos to Wheatland County for bringing this forward. It's great to be an advocate for affordable housing. I just found in their meat of their letter there, I just thought that was very clear when they said the uncertainty doesn't just strain budgets, it also places a cloud over long-term strategic planning for community development, and I think we're all finding that. So I really, really appreciate this resolution they're putting forward.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? One of the comments I would make is I know Trochu Housing Corporation's senior housing can access some funds through affordable housing funding. And one of the things that we've encountered in the process of trying to put that project together is a significant delay in funding and sources of funding. And what that results in, not only in confusion and concern about whether the projects might actually go ahead, but massive cost increase. You know, you start, even if we said it was only 6 years ago that we started that process, when you look at the inflationary effect on a project over time, because of the uncertainty, will you not get funding? And then I look at the impact on the town of Trochu as far as budget is concerned. They are investing money in trying to push that project forward. It's costing them, and they have no certainty, no even, you know, at this point wondering, is there even hope of receiving funding? So you end up spending money in hopes of developing a project that's going to help your community. I think about a community like Acme, perhaps, that's looking at some affordable housing, and how much money are they going to have to invest, and how long would they have to wait without something like this resolution in place? So I think it's a good idea. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Cunningham.
If not, I'll move that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council support the proposed resolution being put forward by Wheatland County regarding a review of affordable housing funding programs.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or comment?
Just,
Reeve Whitstock?
and I don't know if anyone can answer this, are we talking a partnership, provincial, federal in this? Like, I don't know how the system works. From what I gather, the feds have put in $38 million into Alberta for affordable housing, but yet the city of Hamilton in Ontario is getting 65 million. So, do you happen to know, Mr. CAO, whether this is a provincial, federal fund, or if it's, are we looking at the province, or where are we looking here? Not that it matters, but just for information.
Off the top, through you, Mr. Chair, off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that in terms of the actual details of the program. So that's something that we would have to look up.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Christie.
No chance of being a read. My comment would be that I hope this opens the door for a rural revenue stream in every part of government so that we know where we are, not just in housing, but in everything. Because we just pointed out, if it's federal, it's going to be west or east of Manitoba. If it's provincial, it's going to be in the urban areas, big urban areas, not the rural urban areas.
Well, just a comment again, I think that's one of the advantages of being part of an association like the rural municipalities of Alberta. It gives us a voice collectively to push back against some of that urban initiative that seems to always be impeding funding coming to rural. And I recognize population is largest in the cities, but it's not exclusively there. And so we need to look after rural Alberta as well. So there is advantages to RMA that go beyond just their conferences for sure. So any further comment or question? If not, we have a motion that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that we support the proposed resolution being put forward by Wheatland County regarding a review of affordable housing funding programs. Any other discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So 2.3 in our agenda is Kneehill County Grant Program Review. And Ms. Vanderkool, are you taking this one?
Yes, I can take this.
Do you want to take this one?
I don't know. I'll answer that after I finish.
Okay, well, we're more than happy to hear from you.
Perfect. So I bring you the Kneehill County Grant Program Review. As part of our 4-year policy review schedule, administration brought forward at the June 20th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting a review of our grant policies. Below is a list of what we heard from council's feedback. So I'll just go individually through each policy and say what we heard, and then you can answer back to say that, no, that's not what you heard correctly, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. So policy 15-1 is the Century Farm and Ranch Award. And what we heard from council was that you wanted to keep this policy as it is for now and just review this in a couple of years. Policy 15-3 are community grants to nonprofits. What we heard was that you wanted to reduce funding to this policy and to create a rural hall capital policy, ensure that the funds in both policies are available and used. Policy 15-5, the Kneehill County Scholarship Program. What we heard is that this, we reviewed this policy last year, and you want to keep this policy as it is and review it again in a couple of years. But in the future, you'd like to see perhaps a bursary program developed through our economic development program. Policy 15-7, the recreation community arts and cultural events. You wanted to expand this program and possibly see a new policy developed that takes funds and to take funds from this policy and put it into that policy. And the new policy fosters community spirit. Policy 15-10, the youth sponsorship program. Council wants to see this program expanded. Council wants a program that engages youth, possibly a program that ties into facilities in rural Kneehill County. An example that was provided was the Mother's Day tea that was organized by the youth. Council communicated that they would like to serve as the final approver for all applications and have an available funding pool for applications when they do arise. They would also like to see a reporting back measure put in place so we can advertise that these events in our newsletter. Policy 15-3, our Rural Community Hall Operating Grant. They would like to see this program expanded to have a capital program for rural community halls. And so then I also added a new policy that could be created, which is the Rural Community Hall Capital Grant. And what we heard from you, what you'd like to see in this grant was to use existing funds. If a new program is established, that funds from both the Community Grants Program and the Rural Community Hall Capital Grant Program are actively used for both programs, rather than remaining unused in one when there are eligible applications in another. They don't want to see funding going to halls that aren't utilized, want a bigger commitment in usage, and like to see community buy-in with matching funds. And also another policy that was, a program that was discussed was possibly a Kneehill community party trailer, which includes a barbecue, tables, chairs. The trailer hauling equipment must be wrapped with county logo, etc., and a report back on the event provided to the county that may be placed in our newsletter. And the last new policy that was discussed is the community, is to encourage foster community spirit, and like to see Community Connections grant that encourages Kneehill County rural residents to engage in local activities and promote social connections. Kneehill County would like to provide seed money to pilot programs. An example of this was if the Huxley Hall wanted to start a yoga class, the county would provide seed money to pay for an instructor to get program going. So I've attached the first drafts of the new policies to this agenda item. They were created using the feedback that was provided by council at the June 20th Committee of the Whole meeting, and will serve to facilitate council's discussion and feedback. So on page 16, we have the Rural Hall Capital Grant Policy. And what we heard was use existing funds. So I created this policy and created a proposal that to reduce the community grants policy by $20,000 to fund this program. So each year we budget $50,000 for community grants, and so 20 of that would then go to this Rural Hall Capital Grant Policy.
Can I ask a question, Carolyn?
For sure.
So by reducing the two funds that we were talking about reducing, the community grants to nonprofits and the recreation, community arts and cultural events grants, $50,000 and $10,000 were previously in those.
Yeah.
Were we not allocating all those funds? Is that one of the reasons why we had the conversation around reducing those and redesignating the funds elsewhere?
That is correct. Well, every year is a different year, but the last couple of years are youth sponsorships, probably because of COVID too, but we haven't been utilizing the whole $10,000. Council has the option, they could put more funding in for any of these programs, like.
I guess specifically, I'm wondering about the community grants to nonprofits. And then our current policy 15-7, recreation and community arts and cultural events. Have we been expending those funds or not? Like
No, we have not. Just try to.
Sorry,
So for community grants, like in 2022, we used $27,000 of that $50,000. In 2021, we used $11,000 of the $50,000. In 2020, we used like $12,000 of the $50,000. So, that is COVID. But those are the numbers that we were looking at. And for the recreation.
But one thing to note too, through the chair, we did change some of the criteria in order to get some of those grants. So that did cut back a little bit too on who was applying.
That is correct, Councillor Penner. We included the 50% that you have to put into these asks, so. And in the Recreation, Community and Arts and Culture, in 2022, we used $4,200 of the $10,000. 2021, we used $2,400 of the $10,000. And in 2020, we used $4,700 of the $10,000, so.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome. Do you want me to continue on with what I included in this
Are there any
policy?
other questions before Carolyn continues? I currently am not seeing any, so I think you're free to continue.
Oh, perfect. Another thing we heard was we don't want to see funding going to halls that aren't utilized. Want a bigger commitment in usage. What I put in the new policy was grant applications from halls that are approved at a level A funding level, as per policy 15-13, will receive higher prioritization than halls that are at a level B or level C.
And that would be on the capital grant side, right?
This is the cap, yeah, we're discussing the rural hall capital grant policy right now.
Okay, thank you.
We want to make sure that both funds from both the community grants program and the rural hall capital grants program funding are utilized. So I put in the new policy, applications for rural hall capital grants will be open from January to September of each year, and all funds that haven't been allocated will be moved to round 2 of the community grants to nonprofit funding pool. And then you would also like to see community buy-in with matching funds. And as we stated earlier, the 50% for some organizations is hard to match, so we reduced it to 25% for the rural community halls. So they do have some buy-in and provide some matching funds.
So again, a question comes to my mind. So if we have a submission application, basically an open application from January 1st to September 30th, like, so if we got an application in on, let's say, February 1st for a community hall looking for a capital grant, that would be considered by council at that point in time, correct?
Yes, all of these applications will be coming to council as they come in and for council approval.
Okay, so is there any requirement for them to sit in front of council and make a presentation for the project? I kind of like what Huxley did in terms of sitting in front of council and outlining what the request, and it gave us an opportunity to see really that they had their ducks in order or not. And so I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I'd really like them to not only put their application in, but to come as a delegation to request those funds. I don't know. Just as a point of discussion, Councillor Penner.
I'd like to see it over a certain value, not every little thing, just a certain value. Is it 2,000, is it 5,000, you know, a number, I would like to see it. Because if it's under 1,000, they can apply every year.
But this is a new capital grant program, so I'm assuming that the amount of money that they're asking for is going to be significant. That would be my guess.
Yeah, that's for sure. If it was like if it was for, to make a program for, like, example, the yoga instructor, then that would go under a different, other new grant, called the
foster community.
Foster Community Spirit.
So what we're saying with this capital grant is if they gotta replace the furnace, so they gotta replace the eaves trough,
Exactly. or the
whatever.
roof. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd still like to put it, they don't need to come to me, they are short, because if it's still 25%, some halls will find it hard, even at 25%, but we have to put a figure in there. Yeah, I still would like, anything under 2,000 to me, they don't need to come to me. We still gotta have the thing, but they don't need to present to me, sorry. You know, It's all gotta come back to us, but just not present to us. That's my feeling, though.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Christie?
Right now, it's 5,000 or less, they don't have to come to council, I believe, is that right?
We've actually changed that policy
They don't
for
have to
last
come
time,
in.
yeah. You changed it to, if they feel like they need to, then they can come and present. But we used to have that over $2,000 asked, or $5,000 that they needed to come present to council.
Okay, any other discussion? Councillor Forbes?
I guess my question is when they're listing their hours and stuff, I see that it's $10 for non-skilled and 25 for skilled. How did we come up with that number? Because with inflation, you're not gonna get a non-skilled worker for $10 anymore.
I'm on.
I believe I took those numbers from, it was a provincial grant funding application. I can re-look at those. Yeah,
Mike?
Sorry, Mr. Hogan.
To follow up on that, yeah, those numbers generally come from provincial grants like Community Facility Enhancement Program and others like that, some of those lottery-based grants. The way that they're talking about skilled and unskilled labor is not necessarily that you're paying somebody, it's that you as a volunteer show up to, if I show up as a volunteer to cut firewood or something like that, the hall can, or if you're applying for the provincial grant, you can classify that as unskilled labor, and it accounts for $10 per hour of your matching funding, right? So it's a way to give some value to what volunteers are doing for the hall. It's not necessarily anything that's being actually paid. But
I was just wondering about the $10 and the 25.
No, and further to that, it's very frustrating, because we have community members who are qualified, and they would photocopy their certificate and give it to us if we could use it as a higher price, you know? And it's from provincial and federal, that's so frustrating, because there are people within the community that volunteer, that are electricians and plumbers, you know, it's $10 or 25, it's, yeah.
Councillor Forbes?
So I guess my question is do we have to follow that, or can you move it up, is what my question, I guess my question at the core.
This is council's policy. You can do whatever you want.
Okay. It's just-
As long as you
Because
have
I
the
wanna,
majority vote.
I really do wanna recognize the people that have the skilled, and paying them $25, even if it's on a volunteer basis, is an insult, true story, to their skills that they've spent thousands to acquire.
Well, it's a huge savings for that organization if you've got those qualified people in your community to use it on your volunteer, you know, but it is frustrating. Yeah.
So I also have a question regarding the wording under grant disbursement and reporting. I have a real problem with saying the program event activity shall be taken, and then in the next point, the entire amount shall be exclusively used for the project, program, event, or activity. These are capital grants, so I think it is we need to change that, so it's not supporting some activity or a program, it's supporting a capital project. And so I think we need to be very clear in what we define, because I don't want an application coming to me for some event underneath this.
Yeah.
It should be coming under a different category. So those 2 points, I think we need to be very specific that the entire amount of financial support provided must be used exclusively for the project proposed.
Yeah. I actually copied and pasted this from our community grant policy, so.
Okay, and then the next point as well needs to be very much clarified. And Councillor Forbes, did you want to follow up on your comment on the?
Well, I would like unskilled workers to at least be minimum wage,
Yeah.
because we don't pay anyone $10 an hour in this country. So, and as for skilled, I mean, that could be anywhere from $30 to $40 an hour, to be fair.
40's a nice number. 40's a nice number, I think.
Okay, any other comments? This is a new proposed rural hall grant policy, capital grant policy. Are we happy with the funding level, and are we happy with where the funding is coming from? So we are currently, what we are doing is we are splitting the funding that was previously dedicated to community grants for nonprofits, and we're taking 20,000 out of that 50 and putting it into the Rural Community Hall Grant Capital Program. So the question I'm asking, I guess, really is, are we happy with taking the 20,000 from there, and is 20,000 sufficient for the new fund? Councillor Penner.
I have no disagreements with where it's coming from. My question will be, somebody comes in, they have a major thing. The roof for the hot water tank goes, it destroys the floor, whatever. So they're coming in to ask for $15,000. And that's as of February 1st. What happens to the rest? Where are we getting the funds for the rest of the year? If something like that happens, does there have to be a maximum amount or not? Or we would, at the time, if we get more applications, then we would have a discussion to see if it comes out of contingency or not.
Mr. Hogan, would you care to comment?
Through Mr. Chair, the latter scenario is likely the one that you'd go through. When you're talking about a capital grant, you're putting $20,000 into it. That can easily go if somebody's replacing a roof or anything like that. So there is the potential that that money can go quick. I think our recommendation would be for at least the first year or two, let's maybe put it there and see. And if we are seeing that at the beginning of the year it's going quick, that might be a trigger for consideration to up that fund. If 20,000 seems like it's a good amount, then maybe that continues. And we adjust accordingly as we see the usage, right? You do have the opportunity with any of these that if you did expend some of those funds earlier in the year, you could go back and look at other areas of the budget that might be underspent or dip into reserves or anything like that to fund projects that you felt needed to be funded.
Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that it's not the only grant available for halls and capital grants. So right now, we're doing a furnace project in the Trochu Hall for $65,000 that was matched by a CPIP grant. So this is the seed money to do the other stuff. So I mean, other funding's available if you gotta have it. On the rural hall side, if a furnace quits in February, that's a little different when you gotta have it running this week, not, I've been working on this project for over a year to get it going and done. So that's my concern, is the short-term, get the project done to get it done. Where these CPIP grants, you gotta wait so long. But yeah, my overall concern on the whole grant thing is the $50,000 has been that way since I've been on council, and whether it maybe needs to be larger now, like whether we take it to 60,000 just because of inflation over the last 8 years.
So technically what we have done is we have reduced our community grants to nonprofits, right? So that's gone to 30,000, and we've created this new fund with the 20,000 that we took from that. So what I'm hearing you say is that you're not sure that the funding envelope is sufficient. And so that's the question I was asking, I guess, is are we happy with that level? And based on Mr. Hogan's comments and Councillor Penner's comments about, you know, we have access funds for projects like this from other areas when we've seen the need. So is this a reasonable start point, and then we reassess after we see what happens? Because what happens when all of a sudden community grants to nonprofits comes in and now we're looking at $35,000 worth of requests? Would we be doing the same thing? You know, post-COVID, are the activities going to increase and are the requests going to go up? And so are we prepared to deal with whatever contingency comes along? So that's the question. And so we set a funding level of X, and then are we prepared to address it if it's insufficient? And so I think collectively, would we say yes to that? Okay, so I'm sensing that maybe, Councillor Christie, go ahead.
Curiosity, pre-COVID, the 50,000 was used pretty well every year, was it not?
Are you speaking about the community grants?
Yes.
And pre-changes to the regulations or to the rules within the grant programs.
Yeah. So in 2017, we used $40,000 of the 80,000, of the 50,000, sorry. 2018, we used 37,000 of the 50,000. And 2019, we used 18,000 of the 50,000.
I know the youth sponsorship ones, we used them up, we had to turn people down in those. But coming out of COVID here to do with community grants, and I don't know if we can put in here or not, but to encourage them to use our grant writer for the other grants, if it's not an emergency, they can see it's got to happen, but not an emergency. Because I know within our little hall, even in Swallow, we got federal grants coming out of COVID. There was all those grants you could access, so we could leave the local money alone. You know, so I don't know how we can, or if it's just something that we're directing administration to recommend or ask them, have they looked at those kind of grants, you know?
When we do the community grants, the round 1 and the round 2, I always send an email to our grant writer. This is the updated policy. Here's the application. If there's anybody talking to you, make sure that they fill these out. So I do communicate regularly with the grant writer.
Okay, any other discussion? We're still on Capitol Hall grant. Mr. Hogan.
Just one thing for awareness, it is partly anticipated. In this, provincial or federal funds can be used for matching funds, so just an awareness that if they do get a CFEP grant, they could use that. When I've seen grants like this in the past, the inverse also tends to be true. Yeah. Is that when you apply for, say, a CFEP grant and you need to have 50% matching, you can utilize, and so what you might see some of those applications do is they'll come in with an application to you saying, we'd like you to earmark this money for us so that we can make an application to CFEP, right? And so that's one scenario that sometimes comes out of this that I think, you know, the read from the discussion I have as council would be okay with that. But it is an anticipation that that may happen. We may earmark those funds. If they don't get approved for the CFEP grant, the funds don't go. If they do, the funds are released, right? So that's just a working of a grant program like this that I anticipate would cross our paths sometime.
Well, and a recent example of that would be the Trochu Ag application for their bleachers, where they were going to use our funding as part of a matching for the grant that they were applying for, and they got their grant application was approved, and then I assume that our funds were then released. And then we've experienced that through the Torrington Ag Society, and just the multiplication factor that our cooperation with them has allowed more funding to come in for projects there, just in that cooperative nature of the relationship that we have with them. So we've seen this in action previously, for sure. Okay, any further conversation on the proposed rural hall grant policy, capital grant policy, sorry. Okay, so Councillor Phobes, yes.
Sorry, just in my head I was thinking. Not that this pertains to anything, but I would like to see photo ops when we give out money over a certain percentage, whether that's 1,000, 2,005, don't care what the number is, but I would like to see photo ops because I think a lot of times the people in our rural part, not our urban neighbors, but the rural don't understand what the county actually does do for our small communities. So I think that would be a really good opportunity for us to take a picture and put it in the paper, especially when you're giving out $17,500 to build some bleachers or an overhang, so.
Or to put a roof on a hall, or.
I think it's critical that we do that. And it needs to be part of the agreement, maybe even, but. Sorry.
Councillor McGee, did you have a comment?
I was thinking out loud. Thanks for figuring me out. Yeah, I would love to see it as part of the agreement that a photo opportunity must be available. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? So, Ms. Vander Koel, have we given you enough? The only thing I think that's maybe still undefined would be when they might have to come and when do we want, or do we even want to see them here in council?
Yep, I've got that written down, and then look at the volunteer hours, how much they get
The
paid
funding
for
level,
those,
yep.
that funding level, and the photo ops. And then to look at those 2 points that you, Deputy Reeve King made around the grant disbursement and reporting.
Just the language,
Yeah,
okay? Any other comments, discussion? You will see these again for sure.
you will. At a
Councillor
meeting
Fobbs.
near you.
So when we put these out, I see that we do it through the Capitol. Is that all we do it through for advertising these, or do you do the social media aspect? Because it only specifies the Capitol only. So I'm just wondering if there's other revenues.
Well, since these are only pertaining to rural halls, I'll be
Okay.
sending them applications directly to them annually.
Okay, any other comment, discussion? Otherwise, I'm going to give Carolyn permission to move to another policy.
All right. So we're now going to look at the youth sponsorship grant policy that you guys wanted to see expanded. What we heard was that you want a program that ties in with facilities in rural Kneehill County. What we are proposing is in this new revamped policy, expanded to organizations and facilities within Kneehill County and urban neighbors, not just teams and individuals. We want to be able to decide each application and have a funding pool available. When we put in the policy application review, a review committee comprising of all members of council will evaluate all applications based on the following. There's a demonstrated need for the project and how it supports youth growth and development, the overall impact the project will have on the community, and the number of children it will support. I should change that to youth. The need for financial assistance for the project, as well as funding commitment from the applicant organization or other funding sources to ensure the project reaches its success. Like to see reporting back measures put in place so we can advertise these events in our newsletter. We put in this new proposed policy. Reporting a brief final report is required upon completion of the event or activity, and the event may be focused in our newsletter, and recognition that recipients must acknowledge Kneehill County's support in event marketing and promotional materials. And that proposed policy is on page 18.
So questions, comments, discussion? Councillor McGee.
Way out of the box, and it might not be appropriate, but I keep thinking about how do we want to get youth more engaged? And is this an opportunity to say, please bring a representative of your youth, accompanied by an adult, of course, to also present to us, because it's a way of them getting to know the process. So it's not that it's really good use of our time specifically, other than teaching the process, getting youth engaged into what is municipal government, and this is kind of like a capitalize on this opportunity to find more engagement. It's just a bizarre thought.
Yeah, in the policy, it does say they may be invited. Are you suggesting that they should present?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the youth need to come in front of us. I think I would like youth to see when they get gifts that they don't just get them because some adult made it happen for them, but because they are engaged in it.
Okay, thank you for that. So what we're proposing then is that there would be a presentation by the youth organization, and it would be the youth doing the presentation, not their potential adult sponsors or leadership. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Vanderkoop.
I'm just wondering if, because our council meetings are only on Tuesdays during the day, wondering if that might hinder on youth coming in to present, that they might be missing school or important functions.
Okay, good question. Councillor Forbes.
So do we bring these things to the schools, like within our borders? Like, do we go into the school and say, hey, this is the youth sponsorship, this is what's detailed with it that you can apply for and what we expect of you when you come in? Do we do this?
Presently, we don't, because it's just a well-known, how it's presented. It's just, all the schools know that if you have a team going, that they know to email me to ask for funding right now. But if you revamp the policy, I can for sure do a communications rollout.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think for sure, if it's revamped, that just that one time.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You know, the council has revisited this policy, and this is what it is now. But just elaborate a little bit more on what other groups do you think will come forward from the urban? I'm just trying to get a dollar value that we may need. So what other groups, other than teams and individuals heading off? So please expand.
I see that hand, Ms. Vanderkoop. Would you like to contribute to the conversation?
We'll.
You're hiding behind the
At the June
CAO.
Committee of the Whole meeting, it was mentioned like the Arts Academy, if they were putting on a children's presentation or a play, that they could apply for funding for this kind of, this funding.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, or like if the Trochu Golf Club wanted to put on a youth golf program, or, yeah, just a few
I know in the
ideas.
past we've had, like the schools have had youth golf teams or whatever go to tournaments, and I know there was the longest drive tournament that a resident of Trochu participated in as a youth. So, Councillor McGee, you had a comment?
So do we want to be very inclusive, or do we want to also define a few things that might not be qualified? Such as VBS.
Okay. So in the eligible at this point in time, we have public and private schools, individuals, businesses, but we haven't gone beyond that. So do we want to broaden the ineligible list? Question? Thank you, Councillor McGee. Do you want to elaborate further, or you care to venture into that area? Any other comments? I don't know how to say what I'm thinking. Okay. All right, Councillor Cunningham.
So I totally agree with Councillor McGee. I love the idea of the youth coming in, if it's possible, like whether it fits with their school schedule. I mean, I think it could become part of their school work. I mean, I think it would be very positive learning for them and test for the real world, I guess. And I just wanted to say too, I love the idea of some picture in the paper or however we want to do that. I was always one that was fairly aware of what the county was doing before I was on council. But even I don't think I was aware of the money that was given out to community members and that stuff. So yes, let's promote that. The one question I do have under the eligibility, I just want a bit more of a clear definition of what we are defining as diversity, equity, and inclusion. To me, that's quite a wide scope. So I think I would just want to be a little clearer on that.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what we mean by diversity and inclusion?
I put it in there as, let's say if the Trochu I'm using them as an example, of course, the Trochu Golf Course wanted to have, put on a youth golf team or training or education, but they excluded people who were right-handed. You just have I guess council then would have a leg to stand on saying, well, we're not going to provide you funding because you're not going to allow these kids to participate.
So basically, what we're trying to do is just encourage that they be liberal in their inclusion of people.
And by putting that in, it just gives council, some, like, we're not going to provide you this funding because you're not being inclusive. Does that make sense?
Okay, Councillor McGee.
I just have a little bit of an issue with the inclusive because that's really an interpretive piece and tryouts. So if my skill isn't as good as you think it is, but I think it is, now you're not being inclusive, like, so I'm wondering if there's, yeah, I'm not sure how to
I think that.
change that vocabulary to make that work.
So teams that are going to come and apply would have already gone through whatever selection process, either in the school or in the community, to establish that group, right? So I think that if they're coming to apply at that point in time, how do we go back to the previous process? So I think that that's pretty hard to go backwards like that. So if it's a school like Trochu and you're a live body and you want to play volleyball, you're probably playing volleyball.
But schools aren't eligible in this
Yeah.
program.
But I'm just saying, if you want to play baseball in the town of Three Hills, they probably have more kids wanting to play baseball than, say, the town of Trochu within their softball association or baseball association. So what I experience in Trochu is, say, in soccer or baseball, if there's not enough children to provide a team, then they go to the next biggest center. Then the question becomes, here's the inclusiveness. If you had a team that consisted of 18 individuals, and we would want to know that if you had 13 in Three Hills and 5 from Trochu came, did you include those 5? Right? Or did you exclude Trochu because they're not Three Hills? And I'm just picking on Trochu and Three Hills because, it is a process that over a course of years, we've combined our hockey associations and we've done, within the Kneehill, we've brought, individual associations together to keep the viability there. And I think that's more the question that we're asking is, are they trying to promote viability within the entire Kneehill area? I don't know. To me, that would be more important to me than what process they went to or through to determine who ended up on that team. Councillor Cunningham.
Okay, so I'm really not trying to be a pain, but
Yeah, go ahead.
there's always a but. Just when I read it, so like we're saying in their participant selection, so let's just use the Elnora Eagles women's baseball team that came to us here in the last year.
Okay.
So they did not use gender-specific selection in their team. So are they ineligible because they didn't, like, I'm not trying to open up a whole can of worms, but this is
But
stuff
you
that
are.
but this is stuff that we could be faced with. So I just don't think, I just would actually like to see this taken out almost.
Okay, can we have
altogether.
sorry. Councillor Cunningham
Yeah, well,
is
that's just an
making a valid
example.
point.
Yeah, like so would we deny them on the fact that it's only a women's baseball team? And that's how they compete and that's how they go to their tournaments. They can't go, I don't think, as a, mixed gender team. So are we gonna deny them on the fact that they're only going as a female baseball team in this saying that's part of the participant selection?
The wording just,
Yeah.
So, but it goes with the political wind of the day, so
So I guess the real question is then, do we want to exclude ourselves from that dilemma by removing that clause? It resolves the issue for us. Then we just look at an established organization or team or whatever it happens to be, youth group, that is looking for sponsorship for an event that they're planning. And then we don't worry about how they came together, or it's not our deal, right? And so all we're doing is looking at is the event something that we want to sponsor and be involved with? And is it youth focused? And then that resolves our issue.
Ultimately, council, it will be the approval of all applications, so really you don't necessarily need that clause in there.
Yeah, and that just takes away any of the sort of potential for controversy, right? Councillor Christie, go ahead.
I fully agree that that clause we could take out, and we don't want to be the policeman of what the function's gonna do. If it's already youth involved, whether it's urban or rural, I'm good with it. Like,
Perfect. We can remove that.
Councillor McGee, would you like to use your microphone?
I really appreciate the thought that was behind it, and I have to apologize again to everyone that I have to be reminded to use ethics here, but yes, thank you for the idea, and I think it does bring to mind, we do need to think about that in the future as well, though, because anyhow, that's something to consider if when we review it, maybe there might be something that's happened in the meantime for us to see a better way to articulate the intent of that.
So one thing I would say is, as councillors, we are relatively aware of what's going on in our community. And I think that if an organization came in here that had a very restrictive entry requirement and really wasn't promoting what we're trying to promote through this policy, as council, we could say no. And we could enunciate our reasons for that without really being offensive in any way, shape, or form. I think we need to use our own judgment, and we are at any time when we are approving these grants. Regardless of whether it's the youth one, or it's a capital grant, or it's a grant to a community organization, nonprofit, we are using some judgment in any decision that we are making. And hopefully, because of the diversity of the group at this table, we are reflecting the community that we represent. And so I have a certain degree of confidence in this group that would say we are capable of making these decisions. And so we could take that language out, I think, without really doing harm to the policy and still honoring the intent of what's there. So if we're good with that, I would say that we're asking for the removal of that specific clause.
I can do that.
Any further conversation or discussion around the revamped? Oh, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one clarification that for council, or looking for council to make. We do allow in the policy, we do say organizations and facilities within Kneehill County, including our urban neighbors. So just looking for council's thoughts on, does that include our urban neighbors themselves? So if a town of Three Hills or a town of Trochu ran a youth day camp over the summer, is that eligible for funding under this policy? And if it is, then we're probably good. If it's not, then under ineligible, we should probably put municipalities.
I believe in our original youth sponsorship policy, I'm just trying to bring that up. It does say that, I think it was, what was ineligible was youth camps.
So if organization X in the town of Kneehill a municipality outside of the county of Kneehill was, had an organization within it, we would sponsor that organization. But if it was the municipality of that, then we would say no. Is that what we're saying? So, as Mr. Hogan has asked, so if Town X, Trochu Three Hills, or Village Y, Carbon Linden came and said, as the village or town, we are sponsoring this event. It's a day camp for kids this summer. And as a municipality, we'd like to apply under this grant. We're gonna say you're ineligible. Or do we want to do that? Or do we want to just say that we would give priority to organizations that are not a municipality? I don't know. Councillor Forbes.
Well, I think sometimes that our rural children or youth actually do participate in the urban programs. So I do see where you're coming from, but I would like it to be a priority for our rural. And then if no one's getting on board and there is something going on, I mean, 9 times out of 10, it is supporting a rural youth of some sort. Because my kids did not play volleyball in Torrington. They played it in Trochu or Three Hills. So they had to come to an urban to play that.
You know, if an organization is promoting youth esteem or self-esteem or, you know, trying to build character traits in youth, are we interested in sponsoring that? Or they're doing trade fair or, you know, what do they call it? Job shadowing programs for, and it's sponsored by the municipality. Would we be interested in building into a program like that if they had a funding shortfall? Councillor Penner, or Councillor Cunningham or Penner?
I'm not gonna fight over it.
You're gonna fight over the right?
No, I'm not, absolutely not.
Councillor
So,
Cunningham.
Thank you, CEO, for bringing this up and complicating things a little further. Appreciate that.
Right?
Yeah, this is a tricky one, and I don't know. I think at the end of the day, so I think if I'm understanding it, we're talking about if the Village of Carbon, the Village of Linden, Town of Three Hills, that municipality itself is hosting a program, and they're coming to us for money, if I'm correct. I guess at the end of the day, if the bottom line is we're trying to nurture and support youth, I just don't know if I see the need to deny it. We always talk about being good partners, so I don't know. If it's gonna benefit the youth, but like Councillor Fope said, maybe give that, you know, the other part first dibs. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Okay, Reeve Whitstock.
I'm thinking if another municipality wants to start a program, they should also have skin in the game. So, I mean, I have no issue with doing a 50-50 split on funding to promote a program for youth organization or sponsorship. But I don't believe that another municipality should take credit for the program and the county fund it. So if we could have some sort of a mutual understanding that, yeah, we can help support it, but we're not gonna fully fund it. Just my thinking on it.
In the policy, it does say that they need to acknowledge our sponsorship and that we would get recognition for the fact that we are helping to fund or sponsor the program. I guess what I was thinking, like, say for instance, and I'm gonna use the town of Three Hills just because that's where we're sitting close to. Let's say they were having a youth program of some type that sponsors character building and self-esteem, and the children, they were going to sponsor the youth within their own community and came to us and said, we would like to include rural residents, but we're funding 70% of our kids' participation, they fund the other 30%. Would you fund the 70% for the rural residents so they could participate in the same program? I'd be all over that. I think I would say, yep, we will partner with you to fund that program. We want the recognition that we are involved and are participating in funding it, But yes, we don't want our rural residents excluded because they wouldn't get sponsorship from the town of Three Hills. So then they would be paying 100% of their application where the other kids are paying 30. In that case, I'd say, yep, I'm all over that. Councillor Penner, you've been wanting to jump in?
My is no to the municipalities. Quite often when they run a program, they've applied for a grant, got a grant to run the program. But if there was a rural resident who wanted to attend it, like the town was subsidized, say the example you gave, but if there was a rural resident that wanted to attend this whatever, they could come to us, you know, and ask for it. But I don't know if we would get a lot, well, you never know, it's opening up the door. You know, they could be the first at the door, and like, this is ongoing, this isn't just, you have to submit by July 1st or September 3rd, this is ongoing. So it could be used up pretty quickly here by some of it. And I think, for me, from the past, quite often, some of the programs they've put forward that they have got funding to put these programs on. So I'm not sure if they need to be included in this one. But it is wide open for any of our residents to come forward to get support to attend those programs. If that is a requirement or they're being restricted for attending, because they have to pay 100% and not a subsidized amount.
Councillor McGee, you wanted to comment?
I really like what you had said. That works with what I was going to try to say as well. And in my mind, the scenarios you gave as examples, that should be municipal partnerships outside of this grant. That's a different way of doing business. It's not part of this grant. So I welcome the idea of a township coming and saying, we want to put on a youth leadership, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to be part of it? We have the regional partnership through that. We can also just do it as a partnership in the way we do all kinds of other projects. So that's to me, that's a different way of doing business. It does not need to go through the grant policy unless, as Debbie said, if there was an individual who is a resident of ours wanting to attend something like that, then they would go through the
They
policy.
could apply separately.
That's how I see it.
Individuals aren't eligible.
That's the thing, that's the
Yeah.
whole part of it.
I
So
just
the
want to
wording-
remind you that council does have the ultimate approval for each application, and you guys get to decide on the funding level. So as these policies or these grant applications come in, you are the ultimate approver. So if you did get an application from the town of Three Hills to put on a youth program in the town of Three Hills, which would include all youth from rural and urban, then you guys could decide if you wanted to approve that application and what level of funding you'd want available. And the application would have all the, it would have who are they, how much is it gonna cost per kid, and how much do they need, what's gonna be, you'll have all that information provided in the application. So council would be able to decide at that time if you approved it or not. So I don't think you need to have that the municipalities aren't included in this grant program.
So again, I'm gonna maybe exercise the wordsmithing part of my brain. Perhaps we just take out the phrase, including our urban neighbors, because it says in the policy that we will provide financial assistance to organizations and facilities. Can we not just say organizations within Kneehill County to organize and execute youth-centric events, activities, and programs? And then again, based on the collective wisdom of council, when that application lands on the table, we can decide whether it really fits the criteria of the grant program that we are designing here. So if it happened to be a municipality that came to us and wanted to co-sponsor an event with us or whatever, we could look at it, we could decide whether it fit under this policy. If it didn't, we could consider funding from a different source.
Correct.
And whether we actually wanted to participate or not. And so just by taking that, including our urban neighbors out, and perhaps taking the word facilities and facilities out, just say within the the boundaries of Kneehill County, which then includes the urbans that are within the boundaries.
Yeah.
But again, each application would be dependent on judgment at this table. Councillor Cunningham.
So I think you just very eloquently answered what my thought was in my head, or one of the many. So like, I was just thinking, like, if the Village of Linden came to us and they said, we're gonna host a kids carnival on July 1st, would the county be interested? Could we apply for this? So my question was, if they're not gonna be eligible for this, is there a mechanism for us in some other form to support that, like from another part of our budget? But yeah, I like what you said, like it would have them come and then we can make the ultimate decision whether or not to support it or not.
And it's always council's discretion, based on budget limitations, of course, to decide that we would support or not support a specific activity. So we have some contingency built into our budget that would allow us to address those one-offs that might come along. Any further discussion on this particular policy? If there's not, I'm going to say we're going to take a recess for a bit, but, okay, Councillor Penner. No, it's quite all right.
Under expectations and grants, when they got a report back to us, that the project related some communication signage and promotional materials, I think, in my books, we should make sure we have some signage available, you know, like even if it's a big plastic sign, they can come and get it, or multiple of them, so that at all times that we have. I don't even have my mic on, sorry, but you can hear me, no problem. Just to make sure that we do have the promotional material there, because we do want to be promoted. We want people to know that we are behind a lot of this stuff. So I would like to see that, and it may be already there, some big signs that any organization can come and use that we have given a grant to. So we just want to make that really clear when they do come in or are successful with this, that we have promotional material or signage here for them to take.
Yeah, it does say in the proposal that they will recognize that they are being sponsored by Kneehill County, and I think that's a reasonable expectation. Anytime we're giving money like that for an event, we need to be acknowledged as a sponsor. I mean, if we sponsored like the Thrashers hockey team, I think we do that, don't we?
Yep.
We do, yeah.
We get recognition of the fact that we are sponsoring them, and so,
Sale, all sorts of things.
yeah. All right, any further comments on this particular policy? Seeing none, I'm going to say we're going to take a recess. We'll be back at 10, and so that gives you Okay, I'll call our meeting back to order, and we will continue in our conversation around the grant review. So we've dealt with the Rural Hall Capital Grant Policy, we've dealt with the Youth Sponsorship Grant Policy, and so I assume we're on to the County Rural Resident Connection Grant, or wherever you want to take us, Carolyn.
That is exactly where we are at. So on page 15, we have the proposed new Kneehill County Rural Resident Connection Grant. What we heard from council at the June 20th Committee of the Whole meeting was that council wanted to see a community connection grant that encourages Kneehill County rural residents to engage in local activities and promote social activities. What we are proposing is to, instead of having just one grant, we actually have two grants, with the one grant focused on rural residents of Kneehill County. And the original Kneehill County, what is it called? The other grant, the Rural Cultural Recreation and whatever grant that is called, stays the same, but has less funding. So this grant, the new grant is only available to rural residents of Kneehill County. Oh yeah, and I just said that. And the original is both rural and urban. The council wanted to have seed money to pilot new programs. So $4,000 of the funding from the Recreation, Community and Arts and Cultural Events program could be reallocated to this program. And grants are available up to $400 for community-focused gatherings, events, or activities. And now I just got that $400. I grabbed it out of the air. It could be whatever council thinks would be a good allocated amount. I just thought if the funding for $4,000, $400 would give us 10 programs. And then I just added the last two, I added all applications will be reviewed and awarded by Kneehill County Council, and a final report is required at the completion of the event, which could be used in our newsletter, as we did with the other grants. Any questions on this new proposal?
Okay, questions, discussion. This is the Kneehill County Rural Resident Connection Grant. Are we wanting to limit the funds to specific events? So $400 per event? Or again, do we want to evaluate the application based on its merits and decide whether we want to sponsor to X level? That's first question that pops into my head. Any discussion? Okay, Councilor Christie.
I think what I see, it's a really good starting point. Let's see where it goes from there with this base.
Okay. Councilor FOIP.
And just to elaborate on your comment, and if they were seeking for, say, 800 instead of 4, they could come before us, give a presentation as to why they would need the extra funds for their gathering?
Well, I guess my question or my comment was, would we just say grants are available to supplement a range of neighborhood and community-focused gatherings and events? And then that way we haven't, you know, they might come and ask for $200, they might come and ask for $1,000. But if they look at it and say, well, we need $1,000 to put on this event, if we don't get it, we can't, we automatically eliminate their ability to do that in terms of applying to us. They might still be able to accomplish it by getting $400 from us and finding the other $600, but, so I just wondered, do we want to limit it by a specific number? Councilor Christie, yeah.
Would volunteer time and labor be involved in these kind of grants for helping put it on versus cash?
the way I read this grant, it would be to pay for facility or an instructor or, so in that case, I'm assuming they already have a bunch of volunteer hours in that, and it's not a matching requirement here. This is just, we're trying to facilitate the event happening. So say it's a bunch of men and ladies who play bridge on Tuesdays. And they wanted to expand the scope and introduce bridge to the broader community. And so in order to do that, they needed a bigger facility. The rent was going to be $350. They come to us, they say, we need $350 to put on this bridge event in the town of Trochu, or town of Three Oaks, or hamlet of Swalwell, and would you sponsor that? And this, to me, this fits into that category. We want people to develop a new skill, which is playing bridge. This is my example. And so would we sponsor that? And they're looking for hall rent. My answer would be, yes, we would.
That's correct.
So there's not a matching component involved here at all. And the people who are going to be putting these events on, in my understanding, would be they're invested already in whatever that event is. Any other discussion, questions? Carolyn, have we helped enough, or do you need more information from us? It is coming back to us again, so.
Oh, for sure, it will be coming back. Yes, no, you provide me great input, and I will take everything what you guys have said and revamp them and bring them to a future council meeting for ratification.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on this one, I am going to say, if you want to move on, please, Ms. Vanderpool.
Okay. So I guess the next thing to discuss would be the financial implications of these, and I think we've kind of discussed them as we went through, but we didn't really actually discuss the original policies that we have in place, if you wanted to maybe think about increasing any of their funding.
Councillor Penner.
What about the community party trailer? Were we gonna have any discussion around that? We haven't done any research into that. I guess it was more of a council discussion. If they wanted to go forward in looking at that, we could then put together some, how much it was gonna cost to put everything together.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I would like to see you, find out a little bit of detail on that. Don't call it party, call it an event trailer.
Okay.
So that it's promoted, like, because a lot of people use the Lions clubs and whatever else that, the big barbecues or whatever. Just not to look into it. I'm not saying we're gonna go ahead with it, but just, what would a cost be and all the insurance to everything, the expenses to it, please.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? Councillor Cunningham.
Just in regards to that, just further to what Councillor Penner said, I would like to know, like, if there's other municipalities that are doing this and if they kind of have a template for it. I'd want a little bit of investigation to find out if there's anybody locally that rents these, because I don't want to be competing against local business. I do know there is a couple places that rent tables and chairs, so I'm a little concerned about that. I'd want to know who would be in charge of the rental. Obviously, when it came back, there would have to be cleaning to be done, make sure that it's in good condition. Who would do this? Do we have the staff to do this? So just those type of questions I would need more information on. Thanks.
No, I agree
Councillor
100%. I know there's an organization in one of our surrounding municipalities that would give up their trailer if they could rent one. So they're barbecues, so.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are we going to go back then to the conversation around budget? Are we satisfied with the amounts of money that are in these grants at this point in time? Or are we wanting to adjust the numbers? I'm Not seeing a lot of conversation on that. Counselor McGee.
I think it's a great starting point, and we always have the opportunity to review if we want to, so if we get in trouble, we'll ask for a review.
Okay, thank you.
There, I have everything I need to go forward.
Okay. Did we actually increase the budget by 100, or is just the? No, we didn't. Okay, good.
You had me scared there for a second. That wasn't gonna come out of my paycheck.
Okay. All right, are we good here? Have we given enough direction to administration?
I have enough information. Mike, do you have enough information?
Have we covered enough gray?
Yeah. No, I think, as Carolyn said, I think administration has enough information to polish these up and then bring them back to council for approval. We should have one. I believe there's one in, on the RFD as a recommendation.
Councilor Penner has a question.
Just one quick question to Carolyn there. In the old policy to do with rural community halls, there was the different, 10 times a year, 10 to 20 times, 20 times. So does that mean per rental or per day? Like if somebody's renting it for 3 days, is that 3 different times, or is that one time?
When I send out I send out every year when I announce that we're funding for the rural community halls, they have to provide me a feedback on how many times they rented their hall, and I ask for how many times they rented it and how many days that they rented it. So it could be like a quilting retreat would be 1 rental, but that quilting retreat went on for 3 days.
So then when the funding, say they were at 9 rentals, but they were at 12 days, is that jump them up to the second, to B level, because it's 10 to 20 times? Like, is it?
Well, to get to a level of funding, council actually has to approve you to be at that level of funding. So like, if you noticed earlier, it was the Three Hills.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
Mount Vernon.
Yeah, that they upped their facility usage because they had the 4-H meeting there once a month. So then we moved them up to a level B. So to change your funding level, it has to be by council approval.
Right, so you're just explaining the reporting,
Yeah.
that it's how many times is it rented, how many days is it rented?
Yes.
So you're basing that on the times it's rented or the days it's rented for that count?
Yeah, but it's up to council to approve what level funding you're at. So, for, like, it has to be by council resolution of what level funding you're at. So, like, previously, like the last couple of years, because of COVID, obviously, the halls haven't been able to rent as many times. So if a rural hall wanted to change what level they're at, they would have to come to council and, on the bookings, yes. Not the days, exactly.
Just okay, that's my clarification. Is
Yes.
the booking, not the number of days the hall is used?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So then we'd be looking for a motion to recommend to council to support the county grant program review as discussed here today.
Mr. Chair, I think something along the lines of that committee of the whole recommend to council, or recommend that council move forward with the revised grant policies, and that would be sufficient.
Okay. As discussed.
As discussed would work, yeah.
Okay. We would need someone to make that motion. Reeve Whitstock, thank you. I see that hand.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that the committee of the whole recommend the council move forward with the revised grant policies as discussed.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion before I ask the question? Seeing none. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 2.4 Ward boundary review. And again, Mr. Hogan, are you taking this one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am.
Okay.
So the item that's before Committee of the Whole is a question that administration is posing to council as to whether or not you'd like to undertake any sort of a ward boundary review prior to the next municipal election. There are timelines involved and a point at which that review would need to be completed. So we're posing the question now so that if you go forward with this in some manner, we can put it into our 2024 work plan to make sure that we meet those timelines. The type of ward boundary review you'd undertake, we've presented 3 options for you. You can do any sort of hybrids, things like that you want, but really there's 3 main ones that we see. The first one is status quo, do nothing, is if you're good with the way things are, then that's great. We don't have to change anything. That's one option. The other 2 options both involve a ward review of some sort. The third one is kind of the counter to do nothing, which is do the full one. When you undertake a full ward boundary review, generally this is done through some version of engagement, through some version of third party, whether that's citizen support or a group or something that looks at where these are at. The middle, second option that we've looked at is specific to the hamlet of Torrington. And this is actually administration's recommendation, is to look at option 2. And what this would be an internal process that we conducted looking at revising the boundary so that largely the Torrington Mobile Home Park was included in the same division as the rest of Torrington. So that would be a shift where Highway 27 would no longer be that boundary line. There would be a little jog out around parts of Torrington so that it was all part of one ward. That process we don't feel would require a full-blown citizen committee and all that other stuff that generally accompanies a broader one. We could do that internally. If we did that, part of the question we'd pose to the community is if they even wanted it. We're looking at it right now as something that might be beneficial. We believe the community is in support. We would have, part of the process would actually be confirming that they were supportive of that. Is part of that. One of the reasons that's our recommendation is that when we look at the wards within the county, currently they all fall within I'm going to say the established guidelines is a term that I'm going to use. Those guidelines do come from a Supreme Court decision of many years ago where they've indicated electoral wards should try to maintain within a plus minus 25% of the median. Now that is it's not a hard and fast rule. They've recognized that there are times when they have to go outside that. And largely in application, this has been at your federal level, your provincial level, those sorts, when they're looking at the federal ridings or the provincial constituencies, they try to abide by that frame as well, but they do recognize there are times when they need to stray outside it, and that's fine. But if there's not those times should be justified by some reasoning beyond because we want to. The current wards, as far as our population estimates go, and that's all they are, is population estimate, because the way that we calculate roughly how many people live in a ward is we look at the number of residences, we times it by the average number of people per residence. That's not going to be a perfect number, but we feel it's a reasonable estimation of what is out there in the wards. Short of actually going and doing a municipal census and gathering that information, we think that's the best way to get an idea. If we were to look at a change to how the hamlet of Torrington is split and amalgamating it, it would alter those numbers a bit, but we would still be within that 25% variance up and down. So that would allow, we would still be maintaining those guidelines. So it is something that administratively we believe can be looked at. The question in front of you today is if you want to go down that path, if you say, no, it's good as is, or maybe we want to look at some changes, we're going to take that feedback from today and progress or not accordingly.
So this is a bit tongue-in-cheek before Councillor Forbes jumps in. So we're looking at including the entire hamlet of Torrington in Councillor Christie's division or Councillor FOIP's division? Like I said, tongue in cheek. Councillor FOIP's, you had a comment. Please go ahead.
So this would just be the mobile park, correct? Because you'll have an adjacent acreage on either side of that that might say, why can't I go to Torrington as well? Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think that'd be part of the review, is when we did some of that engagement, and to see where it made sense to draw that line. So I think what I'd avoid, I said, even in my presentation, I said this largely impacts the mobile home park. They might not be the only impact. And so that would be part of the review.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or discussion regarding ward review, boundary review? Councillor FOIP's, please.
So even though this is in Councillor Christie's division, I answer an awful lot of questions most of the time from people. It doesn't matter where you live in the county. If you have a question, I'm gonna answer it. That's just who I am. But I do know that there are a few elderly within that mobile park that don't drive, so they would not have the ability to vote unless someone was driving them, because the walk to Wimborne would be too much for them.
Well, and one of the whole discussions around ward boundaries, and that not only affects how many people are in what ward, but nothing says that you couldn't have necessarily two wards voting in the same location. So although people talk about, I have to go to Wimborne to vote and I live in Torrington, we could have all of Division 6 voting in Torrington as well as all of Division 5. There's nothing that says we have to have them separated by location. Am I correct or not?
Mr. Chair, we can set up the polling stations however we want. So it is common in some areas where if you have you might have and we're not necessarily a good example because we have one ward that essentially surrounds Three Hills. But say that we had 2 or 3 wards that were bordering on Three Hills, we could have a polling station in Three Hills that took votes for all 3 wards, as well as having other polling stations. We can allow voting in Torrington and still have a polling station in Wimborne. We can do that. It's a bit more work, but it can be done. I think when we're looking at this one, it was more of the line, looking at the lines of that particular community that we don't believe sees itself as separate, right?
Councillor Christie.
I'm sure that Carrie gets way more calls from the trailer park than I get. I get the odd one, but very rarely. I've had conversations with the owner of the trailer park, but that maybe once a year. So I have little or no feedback from that. So she's representing that part of the community way stronger than I am, and part of that is I just don't get any calls.
Thank you for that. And part of our job as councillors is to help each other out and to cover the concerns that come to us. And we do represent the entire county once we're elected, although it's common for our inquiries to come from within our own division. So, any other questions or comments? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Just a question for my learning. So from what I'm seeing with the MGA, they give the municipalities the power or discretion to make this change without having to go through municipal affairs for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, so the local municipal council can establishes this through a bylaw. We're like any bylaw or like anything like that, it can be challenged, right? And that's where I draw back to the guidelines that were established through the Supreme Court when this was through a challenge that went out there, not at the municipal level, but that went there. So reasonability is what they're going to look at if it's challenged. So as long as it's reasonable.
Okay, any other? Councillor FOIP's, no?
It's
please.
more of a logistic question, I guess, is if you were to open up them being able to vote in Torrington, would you eliminate them voting in Wimborne? I guess is where I'm going.
That'd be a discussion that we could have. I'm not sure that we'd want to go that route.
I guess my question is how do you stop somebody, and not that people do this, but voting in two places for the same thing, right?
It's any place that does that, it is a challenge.
Right.
You do open up, just because a lot of times in your municipal election, your voting criteria or eligibility is a lot less than in, say, federal or provincial elections. When you do that, you do open up that to more risk.
Okay.
You know, there are instances, I've never heard of it being widespread out there. I do know there are instances where it's happened though, around the province.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any other discussion? We're basically, at this point, just been talking about a review of the boundary that surrounds Torrington. Is there a greater appetite for a broader review than that? Councillor McGee?
That was my question, is there room within those freedoms for us to look at more than just that boundary? And the only reason I ask that, and not because it's significant, I don't think necessarily, but I think it needs to be noted that Division 4 is already the largest. And so do we want to make adjustments to accommodate that being a more equal representation or not? And what would that be involved? What would be involved if we did go that way?
Mr. Hogan, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's something that we could look at. We could likely tie that into a review if we were focused on one ward. If we were expanding beyond that, then I think we're moving more towards the option 3 that we looked at, which comes with probably more citizen engagement, more these other things. We can take a look at that if the community is in support of having all of the hamlet of Torrington within Division 4. As part of that, I think we could look at other changes maybe around the peripheries that made sense to go elsewhere. Yeah, there'd be an engagement process there that we'd look at to see if anything made sense. But I mean, I think if we were looking at it just one ward, we could probably accommodate that within option 2. I'd recommend that we treat them as a couple separate things though, and that we not make, if there is a willingness on the community, or a desire would be a better word, in the community to have all of Torrington on one ward, not to make other changes necessarily contingent upon that.
Councillor Penner, please.
I worry about Councillor Christie, he's gonna drop to the bottom there, lose 28 more residents or something. But no, tongue in cheek. To me, it's a no-brainer. That should be, that little, to the north there, should be part of the, number 4. And then later on, down the road, a more extent review, see where we're at.
Councillor Christie?
When was the divisions changed last time? It'd be
98, I do believe.
98? Yeah, I was just curious, because I knew it was changed, but.
So,
25 years ago.
97. 98, yep. Mr. Hogan, just, I guess the question I would have in my mind is, if we were to address this immediate and then do a more broader review, would it make sense to do a more broader review and just deal with it all at one time? Or would it be, rather than create a new bylaw and then create a secondary bylaw, having done a broader review? So I guess that would be my question in terms of the process and what would make most logical sense.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the recommendation I'd have is that if you're going to do a broader review, just do a broader review, and then incorporate the Torrington aspect into that. Because if you do the Torrington one and then do a broader one, you're going to be redoing the Torrington one as part of that broader review and mixing it all in. So my recommendation is do one or the other, and
Okay, thank you for that. So again, I'm looking for a sense of where council's sitting on this. Councillor Penner.
So if we do a broader review, would we get outside to do it, or would it still be done internally?
If we, through Mr. Chair, if we were to undertake a broader review, our recommendation would be that we start to look at some sort of third party that takes the self-interest out of it. Or I shouldn't say the self-interest out of it. I don't know that that'd be an issue. It takes the perceived self-interest out of it. That sort of thing. You get into more of my question I'd have for council at that point is to what level of citizen engagement you wanted in that. A lot of times when you see these done, you see a panel put together. So it's not a broad mail out to every person in the county, but you put a citizens panel together, give them some scope of terms of reference and let them make a recommendation, right? That does take it out of, ultimately council has to approve it, but you have a group of public making recommendations as to what council should be approving. So it is a more robust process that way. We'd probably look at, I think we'd recommend that for sure. We'd have to take a look at whether we would have a third-party facilitator or not. My suspicion is that we probably would recommend that, just for the purposes of that some of that perceived bias, right? And then that entity would make a recommendation to council. The level of engagement that you'd want, like feedback on that recommendation, is all part of the details of how far into that realm you go. And of course, that would be a longer process as well.
And I see by way of a cost estimate, you've included what's currently happening in the MD of Bighorn and what they're paying. So we'd be in that range or maybe possibly higher than that if we went with a external firm process. Councillor Penner.
So if we went with an external and did the whole thing, possibly it would not be ready for the next election.
I think we'd, either way, we'd look to have it done by the deadline of December 31st. This would change for us what we tied into our work plan and what we looked at from there. So if you did go option 3, we would need to go back and flesh that out to define our understanding of what council's expectation of public engagement was and start building a schedule accordingly.
So the timeline to have that completed, regardless of which route we go, would be December 31st of 24? Is that what you're saying?
It is.
So that gives us a year and a bit if we decided to, whichever route we go, we have that. Timeline's the same.
Yeah, and that timeline is a legislated one, so any changes we make prior to the 2025 election have to be in place by that timeline. And if they're not, then they won't be effective for 2025.
I think Bighorn, I do believe Bighorn County is 1,300 and some residents.
That's big too.
So, total. So I don't know if this works out to dollars per head or how they figure this out, but.
Reeve Whitstock.
I guess I'm gonna throw my 2 bits worth in. I think, sure, change the boundary, or the boundary between 4 and 6 to incorporate the trailer park on the north side of the 27, leave everything else alone. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you for that. Other thoughts? Councillor Penner.
Unless any of my fellow councillors have heard from their ratepayers that they're unhappy, that the size of and I haven't heard anything from any of my ratepayers to do it.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham.
That was going to be my exact question. What are people hearing? Are you hearing from ratepayers that they do want to change? And do you feel individually? Yeah, because I haven't. Well, not that they've told me anyways, maybe they just don't want to tell me, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, perhaps after listening to our conversation today and seeing the numbers in this RFD, they might go, but who knows? Counselor Forbes.
I guess if the real question here is where they can vote, then can't we just give them the ability for the trailer park to vote in Torrington? And leave I mean, I'm all for them coming into my division. I will never say that I don't. I answer questions for it anyway. So is it just the fact that they're happy where they're at in whatever division, but, because they're talking to a counselor either way. But it's just more the voting aspect of it. So can they walk across the street to go vote at wherever our polling station happens to be? Is that the simplest solution?
Counselor Cunningham.
I guess my question just would be like, just when you look at the dynamics of that, to me, the concerns of the people that are in the trailer park probably would be very similar to the people that live in Torrington. So it just seems like such a natural, amalgamation, but yeah.
You want me to, sorry. Do you want me to go find out? I can walk around.
Counselor Forbes.
Sorry. Do you want me to go find out? I can walk around the trailer park and ask people. I mean, what's the worst they're gonna say to me is no, right? Then you would have a understanding of what they're looking for, I guess. And it doesn't cost anything for me to walk around the trailer park and ask the questions.
Well, I guess part of it too is process-wise in terms of election process. And the comment you brought up earlier about 2 polling stations within one division and the potential of, I don't think people are going to engage in election fraud. I don't think that's something we have a huge concern about, but would it be a problem for the entire Division 6 to vote in the hamlet of Torrington? The people that are going to be most affected, everyone else is jumping in the car, but the people who live in the hamlet of Wimborne would be most affected. And so are they going to go, well, I can't vote in my own community, I have now to drive to Torrington. So Councillor Cunningham and then, or Councillor McGee, sorry.
Okay.
And then Mr. Hogan, I thought maybe you had another comment you wanted to make?
I just wanted to bring a point that we also need to consider is the process of the year of what the councillor does. So, for example, we may have something specific to the hamlet. And now we're going to be having to pay for 2 councillors to represent at that meeting and all those types of things that might only take 1 councillor. And so, to me, it makes sense to stick with the hamlet boundaries as one division because of some of the processes that might come up. Do we want to spend the money of 2 councillors doing what a hamlet might need a public meeting over or whatever?
Councillor Christie.
Just a question. The trailer court is serviced by the services of Torrington. The 2 acreages on either side, I believe, are their own services. They don't go into the town services. So for me, that's would be how I would set the boundary, was the services from the trailer court are part of Torrington. Those 2 acreages are basically rural acreages.
It's kind of how we tuck right into the town of Three Hills here at the county office.
I was thinking about the fish pond west or east of Trochu.
It's outside of the municipal boundary of the town of Trochu. Any other comments? My sense is that maybe what the direction we're giving right now would be that we just review the boundary around the trailer park at Torrington, unless I don't see an appetite for a larger review. Councillor McGee.
Yeah, so I'll make that motion. That we as a committee of whole recommend to council option 2 that utilizes internal resources for ward boundary review for Division 4 and Division 6, with the objective of placing the entire hamlet of Torrington within the single ward boundary.
Okay, so the motion is we recommend to council that we just do a ward boundary review between Division 4 and 6 with the objective of placing the entire hamlet of Torrington within a single ward boundary. Go ahead, Councilor McGee.
And with the clarity that I really like the definition of Mr. Christie, Councillor Christie saying, because the services are all from the same location, whereas any of the surrounding acreages have services elsewhere. I'd like that definition.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hogan?
I was just going to put it through you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the things we're, as we go through this, the first question that as staff we're going to go out and pose is this something that they want? If they come, so that'd be part of the initial phase of doing this, because if, say, the mobile home park comes back and says, no, we want to stay as part of this division, we're going to come back to you and say the community doesn't want this.
Yep.
And suggest to you that maybe it's done at that point, right? So that'd be one of our first things. So I mean, as part of that, we could address those questions, those 2 acreages, we can include them in the consultation, and it's really a matter of that. We still need to sort out, you know, in my vision, we're not just asking the mobile home park, we're asking Torrington, right? If that's a goal. So we'll figure out exactly how that works, but we can bring that data back and say yes. You know, because you might end up with a scenario where, and I don't think you will, but you might end up in a scenario where the mobile home park says, yes, we want to be with the rest of Torrington, and Torrington South says, yeah, we're good, right? And then you'd have a decision to make. But, you know, I do think as a community, you consult the whole community on that, and that'd be the process we'd start to build. But that'd be some of the first steps. We'd bring that process, we'd bring the results of that back to you, because if the community doesn't want it, then our suggestion would be then it's done, right? And if the community says we want it, we'll have the data as to what that might look like. And council can make the decision. Those, we don't know, those acreage owners might very much want to be included with that community, and they might not, right? We don't know the answer to that.
Right. Well, I mean, we have a specific objective in our motion, but the whole concept of a review is to find out if that's really what the end result's going to be. So, any more conversation or discussion around the motion that's in front of us that we recommend to council? Option 2, with a review just between Division 4 and 6, considering placing the entire hamlet of Torrington within a single ward boundary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Okay, so item 2.5 is a discussion around a letter from Kneehill County supporting the province in their moratorium on green energy developments. And this was brought forward by Councillor Cunningham. And so I'll give you the first go at it if you wish, Councillor Cunningham.
Sure, thank you. So just in discussions with some other municipalities, there is some letters that are being sent to the province, to the premier, and to the ministers involved. So I just thought it would be prudent of us to maybe as a council just send one ourselves. Open to ideas, but basically mentioned earlier just that we are appreciative of the pause where they do, keep saying deep dive, but really do a thorough review of the policies regarding renewables. Basically just saying that we will appreciate having a seat at the table and that our voice as municipalities and those of our ratepayers will matter. Like I said, I don't know how robust you want the letter to be, but you know, we've talked about land classification and the importance of that, and preserving our good agriculture land, the need for more clarity around reclamation, who's responsible, who's going to hold that bond, because right now it seems it's a bit of, as we say, Mike, gray area. So just, you know, I think just thankful that they are taking the time and they have listened to municipalities and they are going to do this thorough review.
Okay, so the suggestion is we would write a letter somewhat along the lines of what other municipalities have rurally, just to express our support of the moratorium and appreciation for that. Any other discussion? So what's the wish of council? Do we want to make a motion that we recommend to council that a letter be sent? To send a letter of support, I would say to, I guess to the Premier is where the original designation is, right? And the members of Executive Council to support the moratorium on the green energy development. You didn't get that, did you, Carol? I'm saying that's what the motion needs to say, but I can't make a motion. I am chairing the meeting, so it's impossible for me to do that. It's just perhaps trying to wordsmith. Love this. Can we just take the word temporary out of there as well, if everybody would support that? Because a moratorium is a temporary thing anyway. Councillor McGee.
And I like what you said, instead of province, it should be Premier and
Executive Council.
Executive Council, thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
I would also include the MLA as well in that.
Okay. And we'll remove the word province. There we go. So, Councillor Cunningham, I assume that you're making this motion? And is that wording to your satisfaction?
Yep, so I will move that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council to direct administration to send a letter of support to the Premier, Executive Council, and local MLA regarding the moratorium on renewable energy approvals.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further conversation? Discussion? Seeing none, are you ready? I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. We are at the point where I know we have an open item on our agenda, but we need to have a closed session discussion prior to that. So does anybody need a break? Okay, so we are going to recess till 11, and I'm going to hold you to that. So we are in recess for the next 8 minutes. So it is 11, and I'm calling the meeting back to order. Thank you for returning promptly and on time. I appreciate that. So we're at the point where we have a closed session portion of our meeting. And so I would be looking for a motion, thank you, Councillor Phobes, that we go into closed session at 11 a.m. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we had a motion at 11:01 to go into closed session. We were in closed session for legal, section 27, personnel, section 17, and advice from officials, section 24. The motion to come out of closed session was made at 12:30. We recessed to allow the gallery to return, and the meeting has resumed. It's now 12:33. There are no motions to be made coming out of closed session. And we have one agenda item that we need to go back to. And that agenda item is the 2.1, the 2023 Post-Election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit. And there is a motion, I think, that we need to have made related to that. So we now have seen the agenda of that session. We have received some information on why perhaps that invitation was extended. So would someone care to make a motion with regard to that?
I believe the motion was made, we
Was
just
it?
hadn't voted on
Okay.
it.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Good thing we're a team here. We keep track of each other. So the motion was made that the Committee of the Whole recommends allowing any members of council to attend the 2023 Post-Election Alberta Tourism Advocacy Summit in Calgary on Monday, September 25th, 2023. Any further discussion? Councilor Christie.
If we register personally, or does the county register us?
I'm assuming that Ms. Vanderkoel will look after us. If you indicate your desire to go. Yeah.
Put me down.
So if you are planning to attend, please let Carolyn know and the arrangements will be made. Councilor Cunningham.
So I just wanted to say I've had a real, about 4-hour struggle with this one, not because I was against it, but because of the price tag. I do wish the province, when they are kind of doing this, they would make it a little bit more affordable. Having said that, I do appreciate that we have now received an agenda. We've been given a bit more information as to why the invitation was extended. And so I can definitely be more on board with this summit for sure, having more information.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further conversation? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our agenda. So I'm going to make the motion to adjourn at 12:36. And thank you for your attention and participation.